Oh, hello. Oh, geez, I haven't even loaded the game yet. I'm so far behind. Hi, board. Welcome in. Ugh. Continue. I put way too much water in the kettle today, and it took forever to come up to temperature. I'm just standing up there watching my watch, waiting for the water to boil, knowing that I already hit start stream. All right, welcome in, folks. It is Thursday. We are back in Pyanodons. Earlier this week, we were working towards special small parts and carbon fiber as the prerequisite to that. We do need this Arcod 3 for this sugar recipe that I decided to use. I didn't realize we had not done the research on that tech yet. And then after that, we already have some of the techs we need to start moving towards machine components. And I suspect that's the direction we're going to be starting to move in today. Specifically not that one. This one. Intermetallics 3. All of this stuff. We need this molybdenum, silicon, titanium, aluminum, nexolite special alloy. We need the metallic cores. And we're gonna need nanostructure material. I don't know if we need it for Mech Parts 3 at all, but we do need it for like every blue tier building. So that is also a thing that we want to take care of soon, because we're really close to having Mark III buildings. Like, they're here. Our Mark III buildings are coming up, the earliest ones in the tech tree. So, but beyond Mech Parts 3, I think we're kind of back into the like, I can just sort of let techs go in whatever order they're gonna happen in, and at least until we figure out our next goal. I don't know if we want our next goal to be, I mean, prod science isn't that far down the list. So maybe after Mech Parts 3, we need to start looking at prod science. Yeah, there's some AL stuff we need to bootstrap in there. So we might want to start thinking about the AL things, but the other direction we could go is rocket silo. Maybe we do the AL stuff first. So like we put Simics on the list. We put Zungroars on the list. And we put Vonixes on the list. Just so we can start to bootstrap those. Do Zungroars need Simics to bootstrap? They're hidden under Simics. Consumes electricity, not heat. Unknown and exotic alien DNA samples. Are those from Simics? Okay. Is that the only reason Zungroars are under there then? Is the unknown exotic DNA? That's fine in that case. So yeah, we can start on the alien life stuff, and then while all the alien life stuff is kind of getting itself started and bootstrapped, we can flip to the other side of the chain and get LDS and rocket silos, and Tholins. And this is just going to use bonkers amounts of carbon fiber, unfortunately. But Okay, so this brings in 500 filled prototholins vessels and outputs 500 filled prototholins vessels. Okay. I don't know if I can appropriately... I don't know how well YAFC handles the rocket launches and stuff. We'll have to figure that out. Okay. Yeah, we're actually dangerously close to purple science if we want to be. We do have a bunch of other techs. I mean, I say a bunch. Yeah, okay, a few dozen. Various tier 3, you know, power things that we may want to look into. I don't think we get solar tier 3 until later on. Renewables stage 3. Yeah, solar power stage 3 is way out before we get that. Did we get solar stage 2 soon, though? After purple science. Okay. All right, I think this is fine. We'll get Mech Parts 3 done. We'll start on the alien life stuff, and then we'll figure out whatever we want to work on next, which will either be pushing towards purple science or it'll be stuff. So, with that in mind, where am I? What's going on? Oh, right. Zogna was broken because this ash station was screwed up. Oh, and this needs to be a high throughput. Okay. Why do I have this many inserters for this? This uses, like... I'm going to disconnect that so that we stop sending any more trains here. All right, because I want this to be a high throughput. Oh, geez, another one. Got any more? No. Whoop. That was a pipe. Okay, there we go. And I need to bring in this again. There we go. So that should fix Zogna. I don't remember what was blocked by Zogna. I have no recollection at all. Carbon fiber is done, except for needing some stuff that's not done. I think we're waiting on... Yeah, we're waiting on the ammonium oxalate, and the ammonium oxalate down here is waiting on that sugar recipe. Yes. So that's as good as that's going to get for now. Did I label carbon fiber? I did not. Interesting. That one's a capital F. I should probably file that as a bug. Because nothing else is fully title cased. Which is something that Pi copies from the base game, I think. For whatever reason, nothing is title cased. Oh, right, I made more trains. We can deploy those, I think, at this point. And then... do we have everything else we need for special small parts? I think so. I think this is ready to go. So that's just 4 automated factories. Why do I have a bunch of soil extractors in my... oh, because I changed my mind about something. Yeah, I put speed modules in these instead of having extra soil extractors. Yes. And are we having trouble getting coke in here? Sure does seem like it. Okay. We might need more coke. Because this only has 2 trains en route, and it should have like 4 trains en route right now when it's empty like this. So that tells me that we don't have enough coke production. That might just be another Red Hot Coke build. Or expanding this one to be faster, but... oh yeah, because these are all Mark 1 buildings, aren't they? So we could just drop this all as Mark II buildings and move on with our lives, probably. What's the processing rate of this? Yeah, 36 a second. I think the only issue would be this input belt, because that's 7.2 a second. So I'd either need to make that a 2-sided belt somehow, or just make it a red belt and move on with my life, which sounds reasonable. Okay. 4 plus 6. Let's get the requests in for that as well. I think just doubling the one we have is probably easier than... 4 of those. 6 of those. I see the mark. There they are. Okay. I think we can head towards the mall. And while we're waiting for the rest of everything there to finish getting manufactured, we can deploy those trains. That'll use up like 20 seconds while we're waiting. Although now that we fixed some of our intersection issues, our trains should be a little more efficient, which means that the need for the extra trains should be reduced. I'll still deploy them. It can't hurt. Well, it can hurt, but not in a major way. The way that it can hurt is I end up with too many trains and not enough depot slots. And if I have too many trains that are inactive and try to go to depots, they'll end up waiting at stations. And when they're waiting at stations, when they're waiting at stations, they can block other deliveries. could probably reduce this. Whoops, I didn't mean to get rid of all of those. Reduce this down to just one stack of pipes. I never go through these very fast. I almost don't need to keep tier 1 pipe to grounds around at all, and I really only need the regular pipes for building fluid stations, and I should probably just refactor that blueprint to use Mark IIs. And then I don't have to carry around Mark 1s at all unless I'm, like, patching an existing build. I think everything else is fine. Oh, we have a couple extras of these. I guess we don't need these anymore at all, because we don't make... Yeah. We don't make those fuel stations anymore, right? We're just using normal fluid requesters with one fuel source, so we don't need all of the weird dedicated... All right, 10 more trains. How are we doing here? Are these ready to go? Almost. One more quenching tower. Do I have 2 of those red hot coke builds, by the way? Yes, there's a second one. Okay. So I actually want to upgrade both of these. Request from buffer chests. Uh-oh. Why don't we have logistic... Oh, no, those are Mark IIs. That's why we don't have prod modules. I don't know where I got logistic from. I just had a brain fart and said the wrong word. Okay. Yeah, we don't have prod Mark IIs yet. That's fine. These are going to be Mark Is for now. That's fine. I have prod Mark Is in my inventory now as just a normal request, because I did finally give in and do that. So yeah, we're going to want to do both of the... Red Hot Coke builds upgraded. Which is fine. Oh, and we can upgrade these ash output stations as well. Let's go, while we're waiting for those buildings, because I realized I had to do 2 of them. Red Hot Coke. We are going to do both of these, and we're going to say minus 60 a second. I might want to set these up with larger input deposits as well, just so we can have more trains en route. Oh, these are going to need an additional pressure pump. Oh, and I didn't even think about the steam, which should be efficiency moduled. All right. So 2 pressure pump Mark IIs, and then how many boilers are on site for each of them? There's probably 3 on site. Yes, so we need 2 more. Okay. You know what? We already have the 2 Mark 1s. We'll just make 2 more Mark 1s, and we'll put them in parallel. And... electric boiler. We need 4 more. And then we should go from... grab... Yeah, this is currently 36, so we'll go up to 72. And that'll still fit on a yellow belt stacked 5 high. It actually won't quite be 72 because with 30 or 60 in on coal, we're still... the ratios aren't that clean, is what I'm saying. But, oh, we're already using... okay, we're using this, but I do think I want to upgrade to, again, the bigger... these guys. And that way I can set CyberSyn to have a higher... instead of 120 stacks, it's 160 stacks, I believe. Yeah. So that'll let CyberSyn dispatch up to 2 more trains simultaneously. So hopefully that can ensure that we can actually be pulling 60 a second. I'm not worried about how much coal we're going to need for that because we have some coal. I just hilariously overbuilt this a while ago because why not? So yeah, that should work. What are we waiting for here? We're waiting for a few more electric boilers, pressure pumps. We do have this stuff. I can grab that. Oh, cages. Didn't I say I might need more cages? No, it was barrels. Sorry. For manure. I didn't think I had enough barrels in the loop. Although, seems like we're fine. I'm concerned about how quickly this is going to decay, but we'll keep an eye on that. Oh, some of these are red. Yeah, because they're not getting enough barrels. Okay, that's funny. So yeah, it hasn't like fully backed up because the barrels are taking a while to make their way all the way down. So yeah, we do need more barrels in the loop for sure. I can do that while I'm out, actually. Grab another. Oh, why not? We'll just do 1,000 barrels. Who cares? And then 1 more electric boiler, and we can move on with our lives. But it may have done the thing where it flickered the recipe, and then we have to wait for it to get reassigned. Unfortunately, I still don't know a reasonable way to fix that. Wow, those barrels are going fast, though. That's great to see. Working as intended. All right. That is everything we need. Or at least we hope that's everything we need. So to our... What's the order of operations I want to do this? I want to do the Red Hot Coke build 1, and then we can drop off the barrels and go to Red Hot Coke 2. Or do we... No, we'll do it the other way. We'll do one of the Red Hot Cokes. We'll go to the other Red Hot Coke. And then we will... manure's there. The other Red Hot Coke is over here. Maybe it is better to do... Well, we're going to end up doing like a big figure eight anyway, because we want to come back down here to do the special small parts build. So, like, order of operations is kind of wonky no matter what. I believe it's this left. I hope it's this left. Yeah. So we want to turn off our requests first. Yeah, there's 3 trains with this stop. And then drop in the deposit. And reconnect. And turn that up to 160. All of these get in-place upgrades. All of these get in-place upgrades. Our pressure pump. Oh, actually, they just go back to back, don't they? Because that's a pass-through. And the same with these. 1, 2 more. Cool. That's it. No. This belt needs to be a red belt, because I don't think I have the space to make it work as a... as 2 sides of a yellow belt. There we go. Now we're talking. Yeah, and it's like 71 and a half items a second out of 75, so it's going to be a pretty close to a full belt. Yeah, we should see up to 8 trains en route now. All right, let's go upgrade the other one. Well, let's drop off the barrels and then let's upgrade the other one. I'm going to end up doing a big loop no matter what, like I was saying. But we'll get the barrels out of my inventory because they were kind of a pain working on that one. They were in my way moving, you know, big amounts of coal around, so... There we go. That's a full belt of barrels now. That's what we want to see. That should let the system run a little more consistently. All right. Yeah, let's go this way. I think this is slightly less out of the way. Only because Red Hot Coke is basically all the way at the western edge of the base. If it was closer, I don't think this would be the route. And normally I wouldn't go this way, but... Alright, same as before. We turn off the request. I did properly hook up the water on these ones, right? Yes. And then this belt needs to be upgraded. Then the outputs should be fine. Yeah. So we're just waiting for this to finish. I think we can do it. Couple of trains en route, but like, it'll be fine. And then set the request to -160, set our limit to 8. And this should be able to dispatch lots more trains now. And that should do it. That is a lot more coke capacity. Yeah, this is already starting to... I mean, we could set both of those output stations to allow lots of trains, because they are high-throughput stations. We don't really need to limit them. Oh, the ash output. I forgot to fix the ash output on the other one. Okay, we'll have to do that on our way back by. There's no trains en route. There's no trains en route. High-throughput pickup. How much ash does this build actually make? 9.5, so 3 of these guys. Ooh, 9.5 is more than... Yeah, okay, so I do have to go fix that in the other one. The ash output is going to be a limiting factor. I'm going to have to make it a bulk anyway. Okay, that's fine. We're heading back in that direction anyway, because that's where we want to build the special small parts build. So we'll fix it. We always miss something. Here, let's get rid of this, whatever that is. Niobium, it looked like, maybe? Maybe molybdenum? This way. And are we ash limited here? We are, as I suspected. It's 9.4 divided by 4, by the way. 2.35 exactly. Okay. In theory, we're fine. I mean, if we can't quite run at 60 a second, then like... Ooh, do we need a fourth inserter? Oh no, I think we do. And that means I have to go back to the other one and fix that. Ugh. Trains en route? No trains en route. Ooh, I did something wrong. I did not put that in the right place. There we go. All right. So yeah, we need a fourth inserter on these to really keep them going. And then, like, honestly, potentially a second inserter on some of these, but... I mean, the system is backing up at this point, so it's hard to, like, make a judgment call. Oh, yeah, okay. Yep, mistakes were made. I'm gonna have to go fix the other one. I didn't even think about this. A little more than 60, so we're gonna do one extra coming around on the side there. I'm gonna rerun this all the way down to here. No, I guess we come straight off of that, and that's fine. So we'll just zigzag it here. And then how much? 8.4 coldest a second. Okay, that's just 2 of these. Oh, supposedly these are all 6.3. Ooh, is that true? I thought they were usually like 10 a second. I mean, clearly we're doing better than what this can actually pull. Even though this says it's only like 37.8. I think it's doing the math wrong there. Because, like, clearly we're keeping this belt saturated with only 6 of these. I mean, we could do one more. Two more is what the throughput counter is saying I need. And I just don't know if that's true. Seems like overkill. Whatever. Okay, so a couple of things to go back and fix at the other one. Alright, yeah, these one inserters are keeping up with it. On the input to these, at least. So that's fine. Really, I think the issue is that we're pulling more than 60 a second because we can stack up to 5. It's really pulling exactly 4 BOFs. So that's 160 over 3. No. 20. 4 machines, double speed. Yeah, 20 in 3 seconds, 4 machines, double speed. Why do I keep coming up with 53? Oh, because we also have some for fuel. Oh, okay. In that case, we're just going to do this. So this is what we're actually pulling, which is 70, yeah, more than 75 items a second. So we're being output limited between the coal dust and the coke is what's happening. I could just make that a red belt, and that would get rid of that limitation, and that would let us run at full speed. Okay, that's fine then. If we make this a red belt through here... And I think up to this splitter. And then we also do need to upgrade both splitters. Now, we should be able to run these 4 at maximum speed, which is making 66.66666 a second. Cool. All right. I think that's all the fixes now. I mean, other than this being out of coal, which is a wild thing to see. Excuse me? Do these just have low? I mean, no, not really. Yeah, they all have lots of trains with this stop. Well, 6, 7, 8. That's across all of these. I think these all have the same stop name. Because I copied and pasted them around. So there's that. But still, plenty en route. Let's go back to the other one. Baby socks, thank you. I was trying to be unique with it. That was... I wanted to avoid city blocks, but I wanted to use rails. So, we ended up with this. It's still modular, which is important when you're building a base this big, that, like, everything fits on a grid and you can connect it, but it's not, like, city block modular. Ooh, with that adjusted... Do I have to make one more fix? No. I don't think so. Making sure. Sorry, I was double checking the red inserters. I was doing the math on, and we should be able to see this with this 13.333 a second. 6 of these machines will bring in more than that, but 13.3 a second divided by 6 inserters. Yes, the rainbows kill the UPS. I have already had to change the settings so that they only update like every other frame, and I will probably have to turn it down further as the base gets bigger. If we check mod, where's train trails? Rob, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, train trails is using like 3.5. Worst case, 3.8 milliseconds. It causes issues, especially when there's lots of trains on screen. So I did have to turn down the refresh rate on those. Other than that, they're great though. All right, so what do we need? We have more input to each of these. The ash output is fine. I need to fix this end, and I need to fix... What's going on? Oh! I think on the other side I copied and pasted, so that's correct. Yes. Been watching the VODs on YouTube. Oh, thank you. Glad people are finding their way over. And then this one needs to be red, and this one needs to be red. And the other change was here. Are there any trains dispatched here? Not currently. Disconnect that. Actually, it's okay if trains come here, because I'm just changing the input inserters. I'm just going to do this all the way around. I didn't do it all the way around on the other one, and I don't think we actually make enough. I think this 6.3 number is wrong. I think it's closer to 10 each, and I'm not sure why it's computing such a low number. Yeah, they figure out 10 a second on red belts, but not on yellow belts. So I think it's not quite properly accounting for, like, stacking. Okay, I don't need these, is what I'm seeing. Yeah, I don't think it's accounting for belt stacking correctly. And then here... I think 8 a second was the number. 8.89. So technically a third one. Technically. Again, I only put 2 on the other side, and 2 is honestly fine. Okay. I think that was all the changes I made. Why are we halted? Oh, I have these set to disable when we're full on Coke. Okay. That makes sense, because we don't want to be making red hot Coke and just have it spoiling on the belt. Go me. Good job, Brennan. You planned ahead with a build. Alright, that only took the first hour of the stream to get set up. But I think now we can go actually do the special small parts build. How much longer on Arcod's here? 7 minutes. Once those are done, that should be the last thing we need for carbon fiber. We need that tech for the sugar recipe that I chose. I didn't realize it was still blocked behind a tech. Yeah, let's go this way. Special small parts is going to be an easy build, at least. How's creosote here doing? We have lots of it again. Excellent. You know what? Let's just do a pass on what's going on with high-tech circuit boards. We're still blocked on inductors, and I think something else is probably missing. Maybe not. Everything here's gotten real deliveries. Down here... Okay, processors. We still haven't gotten a real delivery of processors. Capacitors are running. SMD inductors are probably still blocked on the magnetic cores. That's fine. What are processors blocked on? Kitasan. All right, we'll have to double check that. Magnetic cores are getting there. These are frustrating because they go from like the superconducting coils are like 2 into 1 magnetic core, and then each 1 magnetic core turns into 3 inductors, I think. So it just kind of naturally bottlenecks on magnetic cores during the build. Once we get that first train load of magnetic cores, that's going to be plenty for multiple train loads of inductors, and we're going to be pretty much all set there. Kitasan. Let me guess. Mutant enzymes? Who'da thunk? Is that because this is using them all up again? This is finally backed up again. So it's at least not pulling mutant enzymes right now. Mutant enzymes are running? Okay. Not quite at a delivery. I'm assuming they were off for a little bit. Actually, they've been very stable for the past 6 hours, but we did have a blip. Okay. I guess the way to figure out what the blip is would be to look at propeptides, calmodulin, and chimeric and see what they were. Ooh, propeptides have blipped. We'll check those. Calmodulin blipped, but more recently. And interesting, that had a blip. But again, more recently. But this little blip in propeptides, although propeptides have been much more stable, so maybe that was just like the tail end of propeptides being a little flaky. Because we did... Well, they're halted now. On plastic? Didn't we do a bunch of stuff with plastic? Okay, well, Twitch is telling me that it's at break o'clock. It has already been an hour. I'm going to step away and get some water during the break, as I usually do. I recommend everyone else take the chance to hydrate, stretch your legs. And when we come back, we're going to double check all of our plastic. And Rob, I will make sure to get your name up on the Wall of Fame before I completely forget about it. I'll see everybody soon. Welcome back. Okay, let's figure out what's going on with plastic. That's, all right, so this is technically a void. So it's kind of fine if it's not running. Here we've got this one I think is supposed to be running. Yeah. So what's wrong with nylon? Benzene. Uh-oh. That's bad. Okay. We make benzene from a few different things in different processes. Yeah, so this is in theory, tailings to benzene. But it's low priority compared to the other tailings setup, and maybe I should flip that. Because we have so much tailings that if I make this the higher priority tailings station, we would at least dump 80 benzene a second into the base. This one's running. This is not labeled. Coal water slurry? I don't know what makes coal water slurry, but this is a very simple void for coal water slurry, I think. But it's only making like 20 a second. Benzene here should be running on overflow of stripped distillates. Which... we're making cumene right now. So that's, although it does look like cumene is nearly resaturated, so we at least should turn benzene back on. Yeah, that'll overflow back to making benzene and or olefins. It makes both. And then the olefins are just aromatics. Okay. And then... what's this one? Benzene from BTX. That's just running. Possibly I need to expand this. I don't know how much, like, excess BTX we're making in the base. What's, like, our benzene consumption? We don't really have dedicated benzene production, is a thing that I'm realizing. And surely we consume heaps of it. 15 plus, we'll call it 35, so 50. We'll call it 50, 100, 300, 350. That doesn't use it. That doesn't use it. Okay. So like 350 benzene. And like between these voids. Hey, J-Man. We're making like 95. BTX can make up to 100. How'd the new cloverleaf turn out? It seems to be working well. We can prod this one if we so desired. I'm curious how much cold water slurry we're actually making around the base. Rocket fuel time? Maybe. Ooh, okay. 126 max at iron, and this only does 80. I scaled up iron, and I didn't scale up this void. And I think we put prod on it while we're at it. So it'll be 5 machines worth. Or 4 machines worth? Yeah, 4 DDC Mark IIs. So that'll pull 200? Yeah. Well, no, that's 5. We only need 4. 160? Not 260. Yeah. And this won't quite run at full speed, but with the prod, we'll spit out more benzene and more aromatics, and we always need more of both of those. And then same thing with the tailings here. I think we want to prod the second step. Oof, 4 to 7.5. That's so annoying. But if we set this up to burn 1,000 tailings a second, how big is our tailings void? Like, yeah, 4,500 a second. We're making thousands and thousands of tailings in this base. So if we make this not a void and make this like the dedicated way we use, or a dedicated consumer of tailings, the problem with this is all of the places that we make tailings right now, I don't think those stations are set up as voids. Yeah, exactly, J-Man. That is the problem. And like, I could just set this as a high priority consumer and it'll mostly work. Like, I think we make enough of it in enough places that even if the other one is still requesting it all the time, like not just with void logic everywhere, I don't think this will get starved. Yeah. The reason that I use the void logic is because when you have things that are made as byproducts very slowly, it is not always the case that your sort of primary consumers will be ready for a delivery when those byproducts are ready to send one out. So the void logic forces it to keep a bigger buffer so that when a primary consumer wants a thing, it's available. But tailings, again, is made so often in so many places, we make so many thousands of it per second, that I don't think that's a concern here, and I think just setting the other tailings to a low priority will work. Does that make sense? Is what I'm saying making sense? But then we could set this up, and this will do a big chunk of our benzene production. And then here we also want to upgrade as well. Well, do I really want to prod this one? It needs to be bigger, because, like, iron makes more cold water slurry, potentially, than the current void can actually handle. So this is an issue to begin with. I usually don't like running prod on voids, because the whole point is to get rid of stuff, but, like, aromatics and benzene are both things that we need. So I think it's fine. Yeah, the tailings build is absurd. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to rename this. We're not calling this void tailings to aromatics anymore. This is tailings, or it's benzene from tailings is the way that I would name that, I believe. What is this? This is, well, right now, YAFC, which is a tool for looking at Factorio recipes and managing all the ratios between your buildings. Yet another Factorio calculator. Or YAFC, as I said. But in a moment... let's export that shopping list. And this is my favorite feature of YAFC. I'm sure all the in-game ones can do it too. But I can create a blueprint for a thing that has everything that I need. We need 19 of these because we have another one to upgrade, and that means 38 modules. Yeah, trying to do Pyanodons without a recipe calculator feels even more masochistic than I'm willing to be. Yeah, it's just the spreadsheets for all my, like, recipe ratios, figuring out what the base is consuming and producing so that I can scale things appropriately. One of the things with Pyanodons is that you use some things at, like, thousands and thousands per second, and you use other things at, like, 1 an hour. And the spreadsheets help a lot with balancing production and figuring out how big all my factories actually need to be. Because there's a lot here. Okay, while we're waiting for the mall to catch up on that build, even though we're going in this direction again, I am going to, before I forget, run over to the Wall of Fame. We have some time to kill while we're waiting for the bots at the mall to do their thing. If anyone else wants to follow or subscribe, now is a very convenient time because I'm going over there to put a name on anyway. Is it this one? Yeah, this one. Rob, thanks again for the follow, and thanks for making your way over from YouTube. I really appreciate it. I don't think my laptop could run this. It's, how's our UPS doing? I should have the UPS view on. Oh, we're below 60 again. Uh-oh. Just barely below 60, though. What's the worst? Trains. 2.5 milliseconds on trains. Train trails isn't too bad right now. Its worst case is bad, but it's not awful. Fluid flow is getting nasty. The Lua garbage collector is up to a millisecond. That's bad. Hundreds of 1-1 trains, like, causing issues. Yeah. They're not, like, that bad. That's the thing, is no single thing seems that bad. Like, yeah, trains are a few milliseconds, but of our 15 millisecond frame, entity update is the big one. And I don't know what that really amounts to. Aren't inserters their own dedicated thing? 1.8, that's not awful. Yeah, I don't think it's any single thing. It's the scale of the base overall. Like, we can reduce inserters some if we finally switch over to loaders. That'll help. Is it building visuals? Maybe. Yeah, Entity Update might be buildings. That would be rough. There's not a lot we can do about that. Unless there's a... Is there like a reduced animations, like, graphic setting that you can turn on? Yeah, I mean, there's some stuff we could turn off. I don't know which of them might affect the Entity Update tick. Where are we at right now? 53 with a bunch of trains on screen updating their trails all over us. Like... So a lot of it is background stuff. Just processing however many thousands of... Is that just an empty... That's something that's gonna start to get better over time, right? As we rebuild more builds with beacons and smaller numbers of buildings. That's maybe an impetus for us to start investing more in some of those. Ugh, I hate to do a pass just rebuilding the whole base. That's a lot of tedium. But unfortunately, it may be the path forward. Could go back and... Yeah, I mean, I assume a lot of it is running game ticks still. I don't know what Factorio's rules are for, like, disabling entities and deciding it doesn't need to pay attention to them anymore. Like, it's all halted, but how much processing time is it taking up? Because there's a lot of stuff here still that we could tear up. All right. Ooh, wow, this actually got a delivery. I'm surprised. But anyway, I'm going to make this high priority. And we're going to rename this, because it's not a void anymore. This is benzene from tailings. Eight. Let's see. Water in. But the robot network is still taking some. There's no bots in it. I pulled all the bots out of that network and brought them over to the mall. And this needs to be 15 DDCs here. Ooh. Do I have space for that? Is this the main power grid, for one thing? Yes. I'm pretty sure I just disconnected my whole base's power grid. Oh, look at that. Okay, it fits. Except I don't have Mark 1 pipes. Let's just... I have an upgrade planner here. Why are these all yellow? Oh, because I literally disconnected my whole power grid. Brandon, pay attention. Here, let's connect it up at this end. There we go. And then these pipes, I guess I could redo. All right, that is now a lot of benzene. If this is all actually running, and it's not, aromatics are backing up. Uh-oh. Is that just because I didn't run the upgrade planner sufficiently in enough places? Yes. I'm going to rerun this pipe, though, because I think the aromatics are going to be... All right, and this is set up to void aromatics. What is this? Oh, this is fuel. Okay. This does not have to be a high priority benzene source. This is normal production now. We're not using this as a void. This does need to be high priority because it's a byproduct of our benzene production. So we want to make sure that that is cleared out. Oh, prod modules. That's why those were all flickering on and off. It's because they could all consume much more quickly than this could provide. 340 is 7 trains. Yeah, 8 is fine. So this will soak up a fairly large amount of our potential tailings, which is fine. We made the other tailings processing a lot larger, but it's not strictly necessary. That's not happy. Don't really need that at that end, do we? Or at this one, for that matter. Those could be normal signals. These ones need to be chain signals through these sections, but... Alright, anyway, enough messing around with it. I think we're good, other than just needing tailings to arrive, and there's multiple trains on the way. So hopefully this fixes benzene. I'm gonna turn this off. as a fuel source. We don't want to be... Oh! I hadn't even thought about that. This one's not a fuel exporter. This one is... Where's the benzene? That's cumene. It's BTX. Where's benzene? Oh, we don't even export the benzene from here. We turn this right into xylanol. Oh. Okay, then yeah, none of this matters. This benzene is also okay. So I want to make this one bigger too, probably, because I think we make a lot more BTX than we're necessarily dealing with. Because, yeah, this only makes 180 benzene a second at this build, which is not enough. Our coal water slurry upgrade that I need to do is going to be another, like, 50. But our BTX production at oil processing is probably pretty big. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, this says we can make 61. But, like... I don't really know what that amounts to. Oh, this shows using BTX to make xylanol. Did I change? Oh, no, I use both. I use BTX and I use benzene. Okay. I should probably set up an overflow on oil processing so that when xylanol is saturated, we can export benzene. Just to have more benzene. I think that's a reasonable thing to do here. It's an easy thing to do, at least, so... Do the water there, that one there, and then that pulls through nicely there. All right. So if this isn't making anything else that it needs, then benzene overflow can be available to the rest of the base. That's fine. Maybe I should put a tank on there so that there's always enough benzene for when it makes aromatics. Eh. I guess I'm worried this isn't going to self-balance correctly now, because it kind of just relies on the... both halves of the... strip distillates, like, just kind of naturally balancing between these two machines that all feed the xylanol. Whatever, it'll be fine. Yeah, BTX is sitting full, and it wants to void. Okay, so yeah, the BTX to benzene void also needs to be expended. Because what can this pull right now? 50? Yeah, so we could go maybe one more multi-purpose cracker. And that would also mean one more electric boiler. Okay. Let's get that in the mall. Multi-purpose cracker. And electric boiler. And then we do still have to upgrade the cold water slurry void, but that's easy. Ooh, what do we think? Are we stopped on brains? It's almost always brains. It is vat brain cartridges, and they are blocked on brains. What's going on up here as far as animal processing goes? Zais are backed up on arthropod blood. That's a bad thing. Because, like, we do have some shells still, but we do need shells for science, so... Scrondrixes are running. They're making the Calmodulin whatever. Augs are halted. Did I break my augs? I feel like the answer to that question is almost always yes. And Trits are also disabled by control behavior. Oh, plastic. Oh. Funky. Okay. But yeah, that's, yep, we're out of plastic. And we're going to have to wait for Ben. No, I knew we were out of plastic. That's why I was looking at benzene. Once benzene starts to catch up a little more, hopefully we'll, we'll be doing better. Yeah, it should happen pretty quick as long as we're making enough tailings and they're making their way up to this thing. And it sure seems like they are. It also sure seems like I was relying on that radar that was part of the... The fuel radar was my my radar in this area. When I got rid of that, we lost our coverage. Well, that's mildly annoying. Oh, actually, I'm still up at this end of the base. Let's fix that before we leave. Radar coverage is important. Because I pulled the benzene out of the fuel, the shared fuel depot rotation, because, like... Can I tuck this right in here? Yes, I can. Beautiful. I'm assuming that's close enough to on-grid. Does this have the other type? These guys? The Mega Radar? I don't know how much these are worth it, since I have the modded Normal radars. Oh, the small ones. Yeah, the local radars. The mega radars are slightly bigger than the radars I've been using, but... Oh, the scanning's probably not helping. Oh. I didn't even think about that. Having the modded big area radars, though, should be reducing that. I mean, there's still a lot of radars in the base, don't get me wrong, but it's not like we have as many as my base area might imply. Let's see. Just trying to think of little things. Yeah, unfortunately it is, I think, little things that have added up, and there's not going to be a silver bullet. I think the thing to do is going to be... When we get blue belts and blue loaders, we need to start deploying loaders wherever we can. And as we're doing that work, we start refactoring builds to use beacons so that they're smaller, use fewer buildings, right? I think that's pretty much all we can do. Over there. Right. I forgot that wasn't labeled. I need to label this. That is going to be... Yeah, we're going to have to try to break that up into chunks. I think a lot of it, realistically, like, we're going to have to upgrade stuff anyway, right, as we grow the base. So some things we can fix as we go. Some things are small builds. Work from biggest to smallest. Yeah, I was thinking just do it as we need to. Like, as we need to refactor things, we try to take better advantage of the things that help with UPS. But at some point, we might have to do some dedicated UPS work. All right, and this wants prod 2. The multi-purpose cracker is at benzene from BTX. Oh, and let's tag this. Whoops. We'll use that. Void coal, water, slurry to benzene. Yeah, ore processing are all big, and those are going to be a thing where, like... Unfortunately, at this point, the new techs are very much like, just add one more step to the end. They're not really rebuild the whole thing new techs. But Sand extraction, definitely we can go in and beacon things like this. I mean, I could put speed modules in. Just putting speed modules in these as they are would probably help a lot. Benzene from BTX is just past animal processing at latex. But yeah, we're just sitting right on the edge of having issues, so gotta keep an eye on it, but I'm not, like, totally ready to panic yet. All right. That's a little more capacity here as well. That should be able to convert pretty much all of our BTX into benzene now. I think that's kind of all we can do at this point. What was going on with the Augs, by the way? Why are Augs broken? They're broken on food. Uh-oh. This is concerning to me. Food is running. Was food not running for a minute? Oh, yeah. That was off. Okay. But why? I'm gonna guess it's the releases, because moss is sitting at a higher quantity right now, but could be either. Ooh, this is broken. Gotta fix that. Oh, no, it's plastic. Oh, of course it's plastic. What else would it be? All right, that's not actually a problem. Well, it's a problem, but it's not a new problem. I need to fix this. Did I ever fix that in the blueprint even? Does the blueprint have those hooked up, right? No. Ooh. And I should do that on this one as well. There we go. That way these hands will properly empty themselves when, like that, when the train departs. All right, but yeah, this is also plastic. Everything's plastic. Surprising. Well, not me. I was going to say absolutely no one. Someone might be surprised, but it's not me. Yeah, we've got nylon running well again. And that should fix plastic. Yep, we got plastic coming again. All right. Like, I think as long as we have consumers for the aromatics that we have coming out of all of this, like, tailings to benzene stuff, then we should be fine as far as being able to rely on this to feed our nylon, which feeds our plastic. I recall not being 100% convinced that nylon was the best path to take. And I'm still not 100% convinced that nylon was the best path to take. But yeah, I have a void for, I think, diesel, which we're slowly phasing out. So yes, but also no. We might want to reevaluate that choice. I mean, we have this lubricant and sulfur from aromatics, which is probably something we should be looking at. There's this organic solvent recipe that I think is new. What's the lube for blue loaders? Oh, it's like Nexolite slurry or something stupid like that. Yep, Nexolite slurry. But, like, we're going to keep using lubricant in ridiculous amounts forever, as a general rule. Still debating if I want to connect this through here. What are our lubricant sources right now? Okay, we are using this one already, lubricant aromatics. Although they're not getting enough aromatics, so... And this is not even a low priority station. So maybe we don't even have to worry about having too much aromatics, because... How bad is our lubricant output then? But yeah, this looks like we can easily scale this up more as necessary. That's weird. I don't know if you can prod that. Good question. Yeah, this one prods. I'm not that worried about it, though. Like, if we want to make sure that we're consuming plenty of aromatics, then we don't prod it. It's the only input. Yeah, we're thinking about later if it becomes a thing, but Okay, our sugar is passing through. This is still not starting. Because cyanic acid? Oh, this is not. I'm assuming the train that's en route is cyanic acid. Does that mean that these did run, though? Oh, 900 products finished. Yeah. Okay. Until we ran out of cyanic acid, this was doing great. Oh, right. We have a lot of cyanic acid. And yet... methane. I mean, methane is easy to scale up, at least. That's going to be a problem for all of them. Okay. We're out of methane. Ooh. What? 4.47. 4. Well, that'll do it. Yeah. I didn't think that was possible either. I mean, we had a blip a couple of hours ago, and then it spiked. Because this is clearly not running correctly. I do not have the Mark III Moondrop spread up. Maybe we should start breeding them. I don't think I do. I made the Mark IIs as part of this build. I don't think I ever made the Mark IIIs. Yeah, this is weird that we're struggling to get enough Moondrop seeds in. Is this just not... Is this a thing that, like, broke with an update and I didn't read the release notes closely enough? Alright, we have 18 machines making Moondrops, which is... Wait, but these are Mark 1s. This says Mark 2s. I think I started working on an upgrade for this and didn't ever implement it. So right now this is 18 Mark 1s. But I still have half the botanical nurseries I need. Yeah, we're just not making enough seeds fast enough. No, we have plenty of seeds. Well, the soil is also an issue, but... Okay, well, these need to be Mark II greenhouses for sure. We need to upgrade this. We need to double our nursery Mark IIs, and we need a lot more soil extractor capability. So this is like a whole new shopping list, basically. And I'm going to have to rearrange some stuff to make space for the extra botanical nurseries, but that's fine. All right, let's just go do this. And we'll have to grab a bunch of extra Moondrop Mark IIs, but that's fine. I mean, we still don't have ammonium oxalate running stably. We still don't even have one piece of carbon fiber. Yeah, building the special small parts isn't really worth it yet. All right. I'm going to keep coming back here because I'm going to keep thinking it's time to finally build special small parts. And then we're going to go someplace else and do something else. Yeah, at some point I started designing the methane upgrade and then completely lost track of it. So what are we up to? 15 of our 27, 16 of our 27 greenhouses. All right. We don't need those. May as well grab the moon drops. I'm going to need some extras. All right. Well, Twitch is telling me that it's just about ad break o'clock again, which is good timing because we've got to wait for all this stuff to get built at the mall. I'm going to step away and get some water during the break. I recommend everyone else take the opportunity to hydrate, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as human beings. And when we return, we will get the methane upgrade done, because I can't believe that's all still Mark 1 stuff. I can't believe I never, like, actually did this upgrade. Weird. All right, I will see everyone in just a few minutes. I appreciate folks sticking around through the break. Welcome back, everybody. Did we get all our buildings while we were waiting? We did. We're gonna need a bunch more moondrops, but we'll grab those from the moondrop build as appropriate. I'm not sure exactly how many we're gonna need. I mean, it's 27 times 32 in total. But I'm not sure how many modules are in a Mark I building. I probably planned it and then something broke and I got distracted. Oh, almost certainly. We all know I'm really good at this game and nothing ever breaks. I don't know what you're talking about. We only need 9 there? Yeah, we only need 9 there. Okay, the last couple of these are redundant. This one? Yeah, this is one of the ones that predates me fixing the signaling on these. So I should probably just throw a couple more signals in the diagonals and in the loops, and that'll do wonders. The rock in the way doesn't help. Oh, forcing them to zig. Yeah, they do have to slow down a little bit there, don't they? Oh, yeah, this whole section stuff's really not signaled well. Okay. The problem is that when I re-signaled that, and we saw this the other day, I changed the angles of some of the curves, so they're actually kind of a pain to, like, tear down and rebuild. I should do them all, though. All through here. Or at least all the ones that aren't well signaled. Oh, which is maybe just a couple here. Just towards the top. Some of the newer ones, some of the ones down here look signaled, so... I don't know. And then here, this needs to come out. I'm going to take this whole chunk. Because I need 8 of these. Yeah. Oh yeah, how many seeds are we pushing through here? 21 a second? Okay, so that's like this. That needs to come out. These get themselves duplicated. And we're making 15 moondrops a second. All right. Out of 9 machines, that's mildly annoying. No, we're only making 8 out of these machines. Okay. So that's more than half a belt, but not like stupid amounts more than half a belt. But we do want it all on one side. I'll deal with that in a second. We'll figure out the side loading of the belt momentarily. So that comes down here. This part at the end is still the same deal. How much Moondrop loops around? Just 6. That's fine. This does need to be a fast splitter, though. And we have a total of like 15 Moondrop. But we want all of it on half a belt, because I need to be able to merge. I rely on the fact that it's all coming in on one side of a belt to handle the priorities right, which isn't the best way to do it, but I don't want to change this build. So we're going to do that. And then here, all of this comes right in there. I think that's fine. And then we'll have our seeds out here, which come right up here. It's a little bit messy, just because we're retrofitting a little bit, but this is far from the worst Factorio crime that I have committed. All right, the next question is 16.3 fertilizer a second, which is more than half a belt, and also 16.3 Moondrop seeds a second. Oh. So even with red belts, we are somewhat limited on our... Did I want them to end up on the same side of the belt? Down here, yes, because we're priority merging them together. Um, 16.3 a second isn't that much, but it's more than... All right. I think we'll just run this up here to here. And we're going to do this. I'm going to restack. And it'll be fine, because it's only like 16 a second. I wish that I kept, like, storehouses and sheds in my inventory, but I don't. Basically, only when I'm doing this is the only time I ever want to shed. I think 2 is plenty, but we'll give it a third one. All right. Now I just need a bunch more Moondrops. $224 there, plus 90 plus 36. No, 90 plus 54. What's 9 times 6? Jeez, 54. So 144 plus 200. I don't know. I'm going to get like 400. That'll be fine. $400 might be short. All right, 500. It doesn't really matter. The extras just end up in storage, and then the next time I do something with Moondrops, well, we'll request them, right? It's not the end of the world. Yeah, 400 would have been plenty. Oh, this needs to be redone. Shoot. Are there trains on the way? There's one. All right, let's turn this off. This needs to be a high throughput station, both because we're now pulling 20 fertilizer a second through, and also because it brings in ash, and we need to be handling that appropriately. So as soon as this unloads, here, let's start grabbing everything here. What do these all want that they don't have? Hydrogen.
Space!
Dr. Cheese, thank yous for the follow. I really appreciate that. Yeah, where does the hydrogen even come in? Oh, that was this. Okay. We'll just, we'll fix that. All right, let's make this a high throughput station. And we're gonna have to probably adjust some of these belts around here. Oops, I pasted over my, darn it. Well, yeah, all this has to change anyway. Splitter.
What is red and bad for the teeth? A brick.
Ugh. 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 Let's see. Read train contents. These all set filters. Since this is a multi-item station. Okay. So we have 20 fertilizer a second. These are all going to be filtered to fertilizer. And then we've got 4 biomass a second and 5 ash a second. And I'm going to do... I'll just do 2 of each of those. I think we could get away with 1 for biomass, but whatever. All right, so we're restacking the moondrop seeds, because those are going to come out on theoretically both sides of the belt. We need to be prioritizing seeds to the right, because we want to close the loop and make sure that we're making more moondrops first before we do anything else. And then once the seeds rebuffer over here for these guys, we'll start spitting out lots and lots more methane. But that's going to take a second because we're stacking them. Like, the restacking is gonna take a while for this belt to fill up. Oh, we do have both halves occasionally seeing... What do we have? We have 2 in, and these are each 2.3 a second, so that should be fine. Output from each of these is a total of, what, 3.8, and those are 4, so that should also be fine with the blues. Yeah. Our total output is 20, like 27, 28 items a second. out of all these. So I think we're getting there. Wow. That's surprising, but... Oh, and I need to re-request all the items here. I guess we'll do 2 of fertilizer, 1 of each of the other ones. What was the other thing in this? I'm looking at it right now, and my brain is just refusing to... Alright. Might not take that much longer to back up. Yeah, it's getting there. Although this end was draining. Well, we're down to just 2 machines feeding off the unstacked ones. As the unstacked ones get used up, the belt's moving pretty quickly, but... Yeah, this should get itself going soon. It's occurring to me that I turned some things into high throughput stations somewhere earlier today, and I'm worried that I overwrote requests without even thinking about it, like I almost just did up here. And... what did we look at today? We looked at Red Hot Coke. That looks fine. What else did we look at today? Everything else we looked at today was like fluids. Okay, I think we're fine. I don't think I actually broke anything. Maybe because I upgraded... was it outputs that I upgraded earlier? And those you can just paste into a lot more easily. Either way. That's looking good. All right. I guess I can do something like that, right? We don't want to buffer heaps and heaps of seeds in here if there's no methane demand. Because if there's no methane demand, this half will happily just loop and fill this up with seeds. Okay. I think that's fine. Is it finally time to do... Jeez. We have a lot of trains. I am amazed at how often I've been seeing train assignment issues recently. I guess we have built a lot of stuff. And I mentioned this on... yeah, plastic was broken. That's true. And also just like turning on blue chips, right? That's a lot of demand for a lot of the stuff that we've scaled up over the past couple of months, realistically. And that means a lot of that is running at full capacity, and it was running partially before. So yeah, between those two things. Speaking of plastic being horribly broken, Rutro. Now it's refined syngas. 'Cause, 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 Does that mean that nylon is... working better? Yeah, nylon's going great. Yeah, how are we out of refined syngas? That's a question. Do we really pull that much refined syngas now that, like, all of these builds are... Because this build is designed to make heaps of the stuff. Well... We're pulling this acid gas. No, but we need to pull this acid gas because we don't export the sulfur from here. This isn't running. Oh, but this is also just out of refined syngas. So yeah, we're pulling from this. If we're pulling from this, then our acid gas is not keeping up. How is that possible? We should have so much acid gas coming out of this build. Right? With how much tailings we're set up to void? Like, this is still, even with the benzene build, which, wow, is still not buffering, by the way. This will only pull like 1,000 tailings a second or something like that. Yeah. Which means that we should still have a couple thousand tailings a second easily coming into this and spitting out acid gas. I mean, I know our sulfuric acid demand is bonkers, but like... What? Wow. Holy crap, indeed. This is a really big sulfuric acid build. In case, for those who have forgotten or might not know, this is 1,800 sulfuric acid a second. Time to actually make it from mined sulfur? Maybe. Well, we don't want to be using this one from just sulfur. Is there another one that gives us... sulfur to... Not really. I mean, there's cadaveric arums stage 4. But, like, we're pulling from our build that runs this, and that build is falling over because we're out of refined syngas. And I think that's part of why we're running low on refined syngas, is we're pulling that much acid gas. But, like... Okay, so this will pull 3,000 acid gas a second, which is a lot of acid gas. Not that this fully runs at full speed. Okay, 720 a second. It's not the most efficient way to make acid gas. It feels like it makes a lot of acid gas, but it actually doesn't. So yeah. That's our issue, is we're pulling it all. I guarantee this is where all of our refined syngas has been going. trying to make acid gas to keep up with our sulfuric acid. And even this only makes 540, so we're only up to like 1200 acid gas a second here. This setup makes its own refined syngas and then runs the same recipe as the one up above. So like, okay, that's another 960. We looked at that one. Flue gas to acid gas. I mean, sure, but this is a trickle. And then this little nonsense build with coal bed extractors making one gas refinery. That so yeah, that's where all of our refined syngas is going. Ugh. We probably need another like 1,000 acid gas a second. Back to the spreadsheets. Yeah. I mean, what are our options? There's this, which burns through biofilm to turn tailings into acid gas. I'm assuming this gives us a better ratio than just our normal tailings processing. Yes. Well, this is 100 into 15. This is 200 into 60. So yes. Twice as much per our tailings, which is still not heaps, but like good. Doesn't the pyrite to iron oxide to like... Isn't there a loop in there that does the right thing and generates acid gas? Yeah, biofilm is kind of rough. There's this recipe for refined syngas, which supplements our acid gas and also provides a bunch of refined syngas, but we need methanol. And I've largely avoided scaling up methanol, and I don't remember why. And maybe that's what we need to be looking at, is this recipe. I think this is basically the same, but uses methanol canisters. And 100 syngas. It makes less acid gas. And less carbon dioxide. We don't want more of this one unless we find a way to make heaps of refined syngas. We're already doing this. It's not efficient. It's just a flue gas void. And I think everything else is getting into like, yeah, coal bed gas isn't great, mostly because it's slow to mine. Okay, so I think it's going to have to be the methanol. Let's take a look at that. So from methanol, I'm going to set fixed building count to 1. And then we will do the same thing. From canisters. All right. And one filled methanol canister is 100 methanol. Okay. So it is literally the same, but lower byproducts. And we don't necessarily want lower byproducts because we want the acid gas. We're always using CO2. So I think we actually want to go with the... Oh yeah, and we get this one later. This is considered the better recipe. That's funny. It's under methanol processing too. Okay. Yeah, there's lots of ways to make methanol. CO2 and hydrogen. Oh, we can just synthesize it directly now. Okay. We also have this one, olefins and zinc chloride, but that's a lot. Methane, hot air, and molybdenum. Biomass and nexalate. Natural gas, hot air, and molybdenum. I mean, we did just scale up methane. It's not a lot of acid gas. But it does also give us a bunch of refined syngas, right? Which will help run our other acid gas production, which is currently stalled. That's important to remember. Like, this pulls in 300 refined syngas. So if we can give ourselves... What does this make? 200? With an extra 130 acid gas on top? I mean, maybe we go... Does this prod? This also does prod. Okay. Double it? Yeah. How much methane a second are we making over here? Oh, 1.3 thousand. Yeah, I suddenly realized that I don't care about how much methane I use. Now that we've doubled what used to be a few hundred up to over 1,000, like, we probably have hundreds free. So we can do this. To a second, molybdenum might be the only concern. Yeah. And molybdenum is one of those things that doesn't really get better processing, does it? Oh, no, we got... Oh, no, that's Intermetallics 3. Yeah, that molybdenum amount is concerning. Okay. So that's fine. That just means we can't use this methanol source. Like, we have other options. That one's also molybdenum. This one also makes the syngas that's necessary, which is cool, but it's a lot of nexalate. It's a lot of nexalate. I mean, if we have it. But we will get better nexalate processing, right? So we can design around this and plan to scale it up when we get nexalate 3, which is fairly deep into prod, but, you know. Doesn't batteries pull a lot of nexalate? Does charging them? Oh, charging them pulls nexalate plates. Yeah. I thought charging them was just an electricity sink. Okay. Yeah. That's gonna stink if we want to switch to those trains. Ugh. What are our other options? What other metals could we be using? That's molybdenum. I mean, this is just zinc chloride and olefins. Nichrome, carbon dioxide, and hydrogen. We have to bring in a bunch of syngas. I think that's fine. I think we have heaps of normal syngas. Nichrome isn't hard at all. I think we're even running this molten at this point, so, like, whatever. I can even do the CO2 on site if I'm feeling like I want to set up, where is it? Yeah. It's one moondrop greenhouse. Done. And that's a heap more refined syngas. That's some excess acid gas to help feed the sulfuric acid monster. Yeah. So when this is running at peak coke oven gas, it makes 900 a second acid gas and just a little extra refined syngas. And then here we're making 420 a second from 600 syngas. And this one will turn, what, 400 syngas into 480 a second. Oh, so this is even a more efficient way to make refined syngas at the expense of 500 a second hydrogen, but who cares? Okay. I think this is reasonable to set up. I guess the question is, do I want to have the methanol on site? Or do I want to make another big methanol build? Because we do have, you know, methanol is a thing that we make. Oh, I mean, I guess we could also use this recipe. That's just methane and hot air. Using the tin chromium alloy. Oh, those don't ratio well, though. Never mind. Oh, wait, no. Sorry, it was splitting the difference, wasn't it? It very rarely does that. Yeah. Right. I mean, even just doubling it, upgrading it to tier 2 machines. I mean, if we're fine with this, that's a lot of methane. We did... We did just upgrade methane, but, like, that's a lot of methane. That's the methane sulfonic whatever. 24 a second there. 22, so that's at like 50. 900. So most of it goes to cyanic. But it looks like we have like 300 or 400 to spare. Yeah, but this would use 800 going up to tripling it like this. I mean, we can convert this over to the other recipe we were looking at too. That's an option. So if we want to use that, the nichrome recipe, we could do that. And I think Yafsi thinks that is a significantly better recipe because it's happy to have us be... So 400 is 5 of these. That means that each of these is making what? 80. We want 3 more, which is another 2. Oh, it's 640, not 540. There we go. But we're actually probably going to want to double that even. That's a lot of hydrogen. Yeah, we might have to just split our methods. Do a little bit of both. Which is fine to have both of them running. Yeah, we have a bunch of methanol input dependencies at this point, so we do want it to be bigger. So yeah, this would make like 1,000 a second with a reasonable input of all of the input things. I'm fine with that. Can any of this be prodded? We can prod this one. We can't prod the other one. All right. And like, again, I could do a local CO2 drops build, but I don't know if it's necessary. Because we do put a lot of CO2 out on rails. Like, this is putting out 144 all by itself. And that's a quarter of what this needs. I think if I end up needing more CO2, we just expand the centralized CO2 drops. This is fine as is. All right, let's grab our shopping lists. We'll upgrade methanol, and we will make this build, and then I want to make my other refined syngas build a low priority build. Because we want to pull from this one, because we always want to be generating the acid gas. Plus, this makes more refined per normal syngas. Yay, side quests. In the meantime, how's other stuff going? How's methane doing since we rebuilt it? Hey, it's running, and we've got seeds that are... It maybe has just started shifting seeds to the other side, because it doesn't look like they're quite running consistently. Yeah. We should end up backed up on seeds, I think. Like, when all is said and done. Because we only need 8.5 greenhouses to make enough seeds. And only 7.3 nurseries, so... I'm surprised at how bursty this is being. Oh, it's the soil. Why is it the soil? Oh, because I didn't set... There we go. Now... we should get enough soil, and that should help this thing fully turn on. Although it does look like we have... We're making a little bit of extra right now, even with it broken, which is ridiculous. Yeah, that's a lot of buildings that need to get crafted up. Our methanol, I thought was up. Oh no, I moved it. I forgot. Huh. This is twice as big as what YAFC said it was, I think. Oh no, it was 400 before. Okay, yep. This is gonna be weird. Well, I have space on this side. Okay, we'll figure it out. Because we're gonna shrink this. We're gonna make this Mark IIs. Although maybe I don't even have to touch this side. Maybe we just leave this as is and just set up the other side down here. Yeah, we can do that. And then we just don't need the other 8 methane reactors. We only need 16 of them. And then in YAFC, we say that we have 16 Mark 1s. All right. And hopefully we make enough hydrogen, but I think we have lots and lots of hydrogen. The last time I looked at this, it was running. It's not now. Okay. There's definitely lots of hydrogen here. We're up at 14 of those. We're up at 7 of those. Okay. Yeah, and those are the numbers where jobs start to get reassigned at the mall because Factorio's logistics networks are fundamentally broken and there's nothing I can do about it. So... well, we came up with some ideas the last time we talked about it. And I do think it's going to have to be something that, like, detects when we drop from requesting 2 or, well, more than 1 item to requesting 0 items. And then, like, latches in that we still want to make more somehow. I haven't quite figured out how that would work, and I'm not sure how to do it well with like a bunch of different items all triggering that condition. Yeah. Not sure. I wonder if we could do something really stupid. I like doing things that are stupid. So the problem that we have is, like, when we're looking at what we need to latch in, we want to latch in a couple of extras. But the way we... No, well, this would always make a couple of extras if I do what I'm thinking. And what I'm thinking... Hi, Self-Friend. Is, like... If we take... our... Oh, wait, no, I need that. I take an arithmetic combinator here. And I take... our latched output. Which I think is always set at value 1. Yes. This is our clamp to 1 here. So, like, we take that signal, multiply it by 3, and spit it out into another requester chest with set requests, trash unrequested. So what this will say is, as soon as a request is assigned to a machine, we will immediately request 3 additional items of that type, and we will not be done until those 3 extra items are built. And then if we blink, because it will have been unassigned from this machine during the blink, it will... What'll happen? If we get down to like 2 items left, it'll blink, it'll unassign. This will stop requesting, so those items will get grabbed by the bots and brought elsewhere. And then our request should never come back, because we had potentially a couple of spares in this requester chest. Does that make sense? Will that do what I want it to do? And, like, yes, sometimes we will make extras if we don't have the blink issue. But I think that'll do it. And if we make extras, they go in storage, it's fine. If we make a couple extras of a building. I guess we could even change this to be greater than 3, right? So we stop when we... No, we can't do that. We can't do that because that would counteract our efforts of keeping the system up to bring extra ones in. Because the whole issue is that it's subtracting more than it should when a bot picks up from our output chest. So we still have to keep this greater than 0, unfortunately. But I think this will do what I want. All right, and Twitch is telling me that it is once again at break o'clock. I'm going to step away and get some water during the break, as I usually do. I recommend, as always, that everyone else take the opportunity to hydrate, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves. And when we return, I think we're going to go try to do methanol. And, what is it? Methanol and more refined syngas, because we're trying to fix our, as always, sulfuric acid is a big problem. All right, I will see everyone shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Okay. I think we're gonna have to wait until we do another big crafting order to see if this, like, request a couple of extras hack does the right thing. But for now, let's go work on methanol's up here. All right. So yeah, I think we can leave this half as is. And then we're going to add onto it a new... Well, I guess that's just a new build, and I can do it anywhere. I don't have to set it up with the same methanol. Yeah, let's just set it up down here, where we've been doing a bunch of other new builds, and we can set up the refined syngas right next to it. Oh, the other thing I wanted to do is change our other refined syngas. Here it is. Okay, I have to go over there. I should fix that in that train station design. My output stations don't have a CyberSyn constant combinator attached by default because you don't really need one for a standard output station. But it means that if I want to adjust priorities of anything... Ooh, we're having some issues here. Did I upgrade this to the new... I didn't. Okay, let's just do this by hand. All right, that should help a little bit with the overall throughput on this intersection. Let's see, we can actually do better than that. Signal that there. Signal that like there. There. There was actually fine. There. We can split these up into lots of signals. All right. That should help with the throughput here. The long blocks at some of the intersections cause issues. But as I was saying, because I don't have the constant combinator here, I need to... I can't just swap priorities remotely. I have to go over there and build one if I want to swap priorities on an output station. Not the end of the world, just... Yeah, we probably need... Yeah, a lot of these ones also aren't necessarily well signaled. Hey, Dog of Chaos, welcome in. That's probably fine. And then one like there and there. And then coming around here, we wanted to signal... I'm just throwing these on. My updated blueprints are better about signaling these. So this is really only a problem in high traffic areas that I built a long time ago, where we have these issues with improperly signaled intersections. Did I split up this one? I did. Okay. And this one's okay. That should help this area a lot. Because I think all that's happening here is, like, because we had some larger blocks, trains would come relatively close together, and then they'd have to stop before they could proceed into the next large block. So just getting things back down to mostly normal-sized blocks should help with just keeping trains moving. As you can see how small my blocks are normally, because 1-1 trains. Most of the stuff in this corner of the base shouldn't be a problem. This all has better signals in the blueprints, because I did fix that at some point. How are we doing on... Oh, hey, it's running. Ammonium oxalate. We maybe have not gotten a delivery yet, though. Either it's just about to make its second... Oh, no. We did. We got a delivery. Why are we stalled? Oh, did I not hook up hot air correctly? Well, it's a good thing I'm right here. Hot air, hot air. No, that's oxygen. Oh, yeah, hot air is just not even... Jeez. Ah, excellent. Excellent work, Brennan. All right, now we got hot air. And will the last stage turn on? Yes, it will. Power that beacon. First carbon fiber, 816 hours. And then some of this stuff is just in position so I can see how it's all going to work when I double carbon fiber, because it's going to be weird. All right, methanol. Yeah, you can see that these ones are actually signaled all the way through. Ooh, that's not ideal. Let's do this. Let's take all this off. Problem is you can't actually do that. Yeah, it has to come all the way up here. Maybe we want to put it like here. Will that connect through? It really doesn't want to, does it? What I was hoping to do was give myself I mean, I guess I can still do it. We just have to put it like here. Sure, why not? Yeah, that works. It's a little ugly, but given that you can only put these guys on... I think you can only put rail ramps on 90s. That's as good as it's going to get. If I could put the rail ramp on a 45 right here, it would be a little bit cleaner, but that's not happening. Alright, so for the methanol, we're going to bring in a multi-fluid drop-off. of, what do we need? Hydrogen and carbon dioxide. Actually, I think it's kind of tempting to do the refined syngas as part of the same build. I think I'm going to. Yeah, let's do that. So what we're going to do, we're going to pull that out. We're going to build it in here. Methanol from hydrogen. This is prodded. But we're going to make the excess, right? Allow overproduction. Okay. So that's what we're going to do. Yeah, and that way we can also recapture the carbon dioxide. That saves us an output station. Yeah. I like this. This is good. That means we also need to bring in the syngas on this station. I think it is just the 3. It is just the 3. Okay, and then we're going to have a solid drop-off. And this one is going to bring in the nichrome. How much nichrome are we bringing in? 5.3 a second. Do we want to just do that on site? Should we just do that on site? Oh, it's more than one smelter. Wow. Well, drop a speed module in. Or, you know, this. Efficiency module beaconed to. Efficiency module beaconed to speed. I like that. Yeah, let's add a smelter to our requests, and then we can bring in the nickel and the chromium as well. Rather than bringing in... Well, how much nichrome am I making in, like, the central nichrome build? 7.5. Okay, so 5 is a lot of my nichrome, but also this can be significantly upgraded. It's just about the rail traffic more than anything else, right? Like 5 a second, third of a belt, versus bringing in a trickle of fluids and a tenth of the amount of sand castings. Yeah. I think this is what we do. I think we do it on site. And that's fine. So we need to request a smelter. And this is not a good test of making sure that things don't bounce, because we were only requesting 1 anyway. But we do see that this is requesting 3 of them. So that's at least a thing. Oh, shoot. No! I can't undo my changes down here because I've already started. Ugh. That's fine. We will... What's my order? Hydrogen, CO2, syngas. We have to add more things to this. Nickel, molten chromium, and fuel oil. There we go. And then here, all we have to bring in, not nichrome, sand castings. Because, yeah, it's definitely better to be doing stuff on site when it's in larger quantities. 5 a second is not a huge quantity, but still. All right. So first things first is we need to make the nichrome. That is easy enough. And then can we squeeze in a... Oh, yeah, that's not a problem. I do think that I want this whole thing, though, to be over one more. Let's give ourselves a little more space to work. We've got nickel. Comes straight down. We've got chromium. Also comes straight down. And fuel oil, which can also come. Straight down. Okay, the nichrome feeds into our methanol reactors. Lots of these. Really? That's a horrible hitbox. From, yeah, methanol from hydrogen. That is the recipe. So each of these takes, yeah, a very small amount of nichrome. Hydrogen. And we don't quite have enough space. Although I guess we could do it the other way, can't we? So we can do this, this, and this. Two, four, oops, 4, 6, 8. Okay, and then we're gonna have another row of the same. Because we need 16. Yay. All right. And then hydrogen. And CO2. Hydrogen and CO2. Okay. I also definitely did not hook all of these up right. So that's methanol. Well, no, it's not. Will be shortly, though. That's methanol. We wanted to put speed modules into this. Can I not ghost in speed the efficiency modules here? Is that just not a thing that I'm allowed to do? Weird. We are going to have a beacon, though. So let's... get the beacon set up. And whatever we need for this to make 5.3 a second, which... Woo, that's beaconing all the way down to these guys, which didn't really want. I mean, I guess it's fine. We could run the whole thing with speed beacons, couldn't we? Hadn't really thought about it, but if we're going to run them in low... yeah, let's see what that looks like in YAFC. Well, yeah, especially once we upgrade to prod module 2s, we probably will want that. Here, let's make these module 1s so I can actually see what's happening. And then if we do these, prod plus speed, and again, customize back to module 1s. I want this to look like what we're actually building. And then these were AM5 FM1s. Okay, but what that says is that we need a second smelter, which is fine. Well, it also pulls maybe too much hydrogen, which is the bigger concern. Yeah, that's my concern if I do that, is that we're going to be pulling way too much hydrogen through. It does make heaps of syngas and acid gas, though, even with AM5 FM1. Can we turn that down? Oh, the problem is I have to do this on all of these. What does an AM4 FM1 look like across the board? Still 1,300 hydrogen. Whereas without it... Oh, with prod. Yeah, 800. Okay. Hmm. I mean, if we go back to the AM5 FM1, and we're going to do the same thing here. Module 1s. AM5 FM1. $1.44 thousand a second. Okay, so that's a lot more hydrogen. And we would need a second smelter. But other than needing a second smelter, like... There's nothing really wrong with this, other than that it makes a lot more stuff than we necessarily needed. But that's fine. I guess I could make the build smaller. Like... Cut it in half. Yeah, but we already built it. Whatever. Yeah, if we can get the whole thing on one AM5 FM1 beacon, why not? And, like, surely we can, because it would go, like, here. Oh, AM sets... I thought FM set the radius. So it needs to be the other way around then if we want it big. Oh, in that case... Never mind. It is just one beacon up here, and everything is exactly as I had originally planned. Cool. Alright, and then all of that feeds the rectisols. Which we are going to do this one. Those are... Jeez. Those are definitely some pipe positions, Pyanodons. Thanks. Alright, I think we want something like this. Right, it's going to be like the same thing even again. So we're going to have... what? Syngas in. Methanol in. Carbon dioxide in. Ooh, those ones don't quite line up there, though. Which is fine. I think we do that one. We do this one here. And then we tuck CO2 in between them. And then on our outputs, we're going to have acid gas. We're going to have syngas, refined syngas, I should say. And we're going to have water, which comes down here. All right, that's 4 of those. 8 of them. Ooh, and that is right on the edge of this build, but that's okay. They're not actually overlapping. That's all that matters. So now we gotta, like, plumb everything in here. Okay. This is the methanol. And then we're going to have syngas, which is probably right down this path. Yep. Syngas is this one. Okay. CO2 is... Oh, right. This needs to be a top-up on the CO2 into the system. I forgot. And then that just connects there. And maybe I should put an expansion tank in. Oh, that would have been a good reason for me to keep those, like, 20 KL tanks around, is to be expansion tanks. I thought I didn't need them anymore. I may have been wrong. The water output goes to an outfall, and if I'm lucky, it'll fit right here. Oh, and I'm so lucky. Okay. The methanol, we need to have... Well, now we need 3 outputs, is really what's happening. An overflow on the methanol, the refined syngas, and the acid gas. And where is that? That's here. One there. One here. And one more here. Cool. Now, overflow on the methanol is an easy first one. Okay, that's methanol, and that needs to be high priority. I don't really want to void anything coming out of this. I don't even know if I have a methanol void. But that does have to be high priority, as does the acid gas, because this is primarily going to be considered a refined syngas build. It doesn't really matter what we consider the, like, primary outputs of a build like this. But you have to pick one and set everything else as high priority, just to make sure that we're not gonna block up. All right, and that was which thing? That's the refined... No, that's the acid gas. That's also a high priority. And then the refined syngas. I think, I hope, that this just needs, well, I need prod modules and a bunch of stuff. I think I just need to grab the smelter, and this can turn on. So one quick trip up to the mall. Ooh, and we're just about to get batteries. Boy, we haven't started any of the stuff that I actually wanted to work on today. We've been running around fixing things, which is fine. It needs to be done. Got to get it working. But yeah, batteries are one of the last things on the way to Mech Parts 3, so... And that's fine, like, if the tech keeps getting a little bit further ahead, because realistically, it's easier if I can sort of look at the whole Mech Parts 3 tree and start working on the builds in any order I want. When we're building along with the research, it's always a little bit frustrating, because you're kind of constrained by whatever constrained by the tech arriving as you're trying to build. Okay, this is turning on. We're gonna start getting more acid gas. Yes, acid gas. And that's going real quick already. Methanol is going to be an overflow, and then the refined syngas. Perfect. Sweet. Hopefully that'll keep our methanol demand vaguely satisfied for a while and help with our other issues. Because it is itself acid gas, and then also that refined syngas will help the normal acid gas build run more. So it should be... Ooh, we got our magnetic core delivery over to high-frequency inductors. Those are... Oh, did I, Yep. That's fine. That's an easy fix. And yeah, as I was saying, these end up expanding like that's 1-to-1, and then these are 1-to-3. Yeah. So yeah, these expand 1-to-3. So we're gonna get our first delivery of high frequency SMD inductors very soon, and that will turn this on for real. And then we're just making blue chips normally forever, which still feels like quite an achievement. Boy, I remember the first time I played Factorio and thinking the vanilla blue chips were a lot. How times change. How's this doing? Carbon fibers looking good. All right, I think we can do the special small parts build. We've got carbon fiber coming through. And that's what I wanted to do. That's what I have wanted to do all day. So let's do it. What I should actually check on, now I'm thinking about stuff. How's benzene doing? It's getting there. Okay. Yeah, we're good. We're caught up. Which means that nylon should be doing fine. Nylon is halted because what? Wait, did I take apart my... Oh, no, there it is. I was going to say, did I take apart Wooler synthesis? I didn't. It's running. It's not keeping up. Well, no, there's 42,000 ammonia here. Why is nylon halted then? Okay, yeah, there's a train coming, but there should be more trains. And the other ammonia, yeah, this is void urea, but it's not like we ever have too much urea these days. This void urea to ammonia just tucked into the side of vanadium here. This is in the old build. Interesting. Is Wooler my main way of making ammonia right now? That seems weird and wrong. Maybe it's just not showing up. Okay, organic solvent is supposed to be spitting out a ton of ammonia. Let's check that out. Oh, we're just saturated. Oh, I turned this off. Yeah, okay. I'm like, what is this doing? It's... magic is what it's doing. Okay. So yeah, we just have heaps and heaps of organic solvent, and it's slowing down our ammonia. Interesting. I didn't realize I was so reliant on organic solvent for ammonia. And Waller's just not a big enough build. I mean, we could double this, right? Would I regret doubling Waller synthesis with all of the things that it naturally, like, sucks in? Oh, these are already supposed to be Mark IIs. Are they Mark IIs? They are. That's a lot of ammonia. What? Are we actually using that much? I mean, maybe. I say this like I'm surprised, but like... I wish there was like a bulk open. Oh, these use ammonia directly? Oh yeah, one a second. We do use a lot of ammonia. All right, I'm starting to get it. Oh yeah, we use this much to make cyanic. Yeah, that's the problem with relying so much on Waller, isn't it? That like... Yes, it loops, but it's not a very productive loop. All right, so that's 5, 55, geez, plus 120. Oh, and this is new. This is probably what broke my ammonia. 175, 225, 275, 350, 900. Call it 1,000. 1,016, 1,200, 1,280. Yeah, that doesn't matter. 1,300, 1,500, nothing. 1,550, 1,580. So we need like 1,700. And we're making half that via Wohler. And theoretically more from organic solvent. Okay, so we just need a better ammonia source. What are our options? Sometimes this is easier to look at FMEI than to look into the FC. So, yeah, organic solvent, Wohler, just straight up urea, chromium. I mean, make it ourselves from nitrogen and hydrogen. That's a new tech, but yikes. Break down shale oil, no. Gas bladders, no. We're not really there yet, I don't think, to where we would want to try to push Fanyots into that kind of a like core position. Urea decomposition, coke fluidization. I'm surprised that I'm not doing this. Tholins, no. Okay. So it seems like our option is make an apple pie from scratch or just use urea. And given that we did scale up manure, well, we had previously scaled... Is food still broken? Oh, it's still missing plastic. Yeah. Yeah, Brennan, it's still missing plastic. That would be a concern, is whether or not we can actually... Oh, also, no, this is exactly what I was terrified of happening has happened. Okay. Well, a bunch of it's about to pop at once, but how far down the belts does this mess go? Yeah, that's a lot shuffling through. This one's doing okay on the flowers. All right, we have to deal with this. We have to give more space for decay over here. And probably we need to, like, turn off the flowers when manure is greater than, like, 8 or 10K or something like that. And then we do, however, want to be making ammonia from urea. Oh, I was thinking about poo, because you can make ammonia from urea, and you make urea from manure somehow. I know that's the early path to ammonia. Do I remember how? This thinks this is the cheapest way to make it, which is hilarious. And maybe it is. Maybe I just say I want 1,000, yo. Okay, that's too much. Well, prodded and speeded, it's only 12. But that is bonkers amounts of hydrogen. We're not making that much hydrogen. I feel like we're reaching a point where I need to revisit a lot of my hydrocarbon and oil processing chains and see where we have better techs. And see where I can be like, okay, if we double oil processing again, can we just, like, dump a bunch of naphtha into hydrogen and then have lots of hydrogen available and, like, things like that. Those parts of it that I have avoided doing are gonna... Because I've tried to do, like, as little... Oh, and this needs Zogna. Gross. But both of these do prod, at least. So if we say we want... Yeah. I mean, that helps with the ammonia demand. But that's a lot of manure. And a lot of Zogna. Not really happy with those choices. Okay, first things first. Let's fix this before we try to do anything else, because this is just fully hosed right now. Let the bots finish this project. Now we can go over there. Ooh. And Twitch is telling me that it has been another hour. As usual, I'm going to step away and get some water during the ad break. I recommend everyone else take the chance to move around if you haven't moved in the past hour. And when we return, we'll try to fix up manure to deal with all of the decaying flora. I knew that was going to be a problem, and I ignored it. And the chickens took approximately 4 hours to come home to roost. And when we come back, we can... well, sorry. After that, we'll figure out what the next steps are. But for now, more bug fixing. I'll see everybody in just a few minutes. Okay. First things first, let's get a signal off of this. And drag that up over here. This is messy. Okay, sure. All of these are going to be enabled as long as manure is less than 10K. Sure. Okay. So now these will turn themselves off when there's too much manure, or so that when the system backs up, it doesn't totally back up on flora. And then we also just need to add a little bit more extra buffer space here for decay, because that's always a thing. There we go. So now we have plenty of space to dump all of this decayed flora. That'll let the system drain. And then they should be able to actually make manure again. Because I think what happened was we made plenty of manure. This was full not that long ago. And all the flora just decayed on the belts. So we need to make sure that we're going to turn off the mines at this kind of scale. At smaller scale, it wasn't ever really a problem to just, like, let the flora decay and have extra biomass. But at larger scales, it really does turn into an issue. Yeah, there we go. That's pulling through now. Yes, occasionally there's still some decaying at the end because a lot of it is pretty old, but that'll pull through over time. Yeah. And all the decayed flora is definitely also slowing down our output. Like, we did not account for having this much decayed flora in our is one red belt enough, like, throughput calculation. So that's also an issue. Getting there, though. It is slowly pulling through. Okay. Yeah, there we go. This is getting much less dense with decayed flora, so that is a good sign that we are catching up on where we want to be. I guess I could stack everything instead of put it all on a red belt. That would definitely make that belt move more quickly. Seems like massive overkill to me, but how are these doing? They are slowly emptying themselves. Yeah. All right, well, this is running pretty smoothly now. I don't really see any more decayed flora coming through on the belts. So I think I've got it going. I'd like to see this, like, fill up and turn off, but I don't necessarily want to watch it that closely, so... Yeah, and food is still an issue because, well, because plastic is still an issue, because ammonia is an issue. That is the next thing that I need to figure out. Do I just make more Waller? If I make more Waller, I also have to scale up cyanic acid. Like, you kind of have to scale them up side by side. And, like, at the end of the day, that just puts more demand on our, Oh, this is just methane and ammonia for the cyanic. Okay. I thought cyanic used sulfuric for some reason. Maybe that's a different recipe. Regardless, it's just more demand on other parts of the base. We can do it. We can definitely just scale up cyanic and scale up Waller synthesis and call it a day. I don't love that plan, though. The urea plan's not awful as long as Zogna's running reasonably well. Which, like, it's not. Petri dishes. But why? Okay. We had some blippage, but like... What this is showing is that Petri dish production has been pegged for a lot of time. I wonder if that means that we're actually not making enough of them? Oh, that would be awful. Can you imagine? These were like the first thing that I set up with prod and speed beacons on. Yeah, over the past 10 hours, we're averaging 600 a minute. And we've made an average of 491 a minute. So we are well negative. Oh, jeez. Okay. Oh, excuse me. So we might need more. That's bonkers. All right. Those are some good to-do list items. I'm going to call it here today. No, let's get the stupid thing done that I wanted to do at the start of the stream, and then we'll call it a day. We'll get one more thing done. So I can at least feel like I accomplished something. But yeah, my brain's kind of turned into mush at this point, so we will get ourselves wrapped up real soon. And plan to come back next week with, well, fixing ammonia and fixing Petri dishes and probably a bunch of other bottlenecks. There's going to be probably a lot of those like foundational things that I try not to really account for in every single build because I'd rather build them big and move on because I know I need them in lots of places. But every once in a while we do have to revisit those things and get them upgraded because demand has superseded them. Not quite the right word. So special small parts have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 inputs plus grease. Okay. So we'll start with how do I want to do it? Solid drop off here. Two solid drop offs. One of them will get converted over to a deposit because it's going to have 5 inputs. The other one has 4 inputs. So, starting with... Oh, guess what? Guess what our first input is? Plastic bars. And then aerogel, which we scaled up a long time ago and hopefully has been running fine. Aluminium. And glass fibers. And then down here, we will have advanced small parts, because of course they're telescopic. We're going to have super steel. We are going to have carbon fiber that we recently saw working correctly. We're going to have Nenbit matrices. And we're going to have rubber. The question I have for myself right now is... how many belts of inputs can we realistically manage through this? Versus... I mean, do we do this again? It does work well when we have lots of belts. We've got 5 belts. But it does make everything a lot simpler if we do it this way. The only thing I'm concerned about is, like, the plastic bar and the aerogel having such large quantities that they each kind of need dedicated inserters. But we can run those, actually. We can run those on a dedicated... If we do that, then I think we're fine. Aerogel. Plastic bar. And all my ratios are designed around having two Mark II prod modules, and we're still on Mark 1s, so like that's fine. But this should be fine. And then, what's our other output of this? Aluminium and glass fibers. And then down here, all of these are in, like, very low quantities. Actually, they're all in the same quantities, which makes life easy for me. Super steel, carbon fiber, advanced small parts, and Nen bits. I'm going to pull everything here back a little bit. We're going to give ourselves, of course, just a little bit more room to work. Mostly because I have to make rubber and pull the rubber belt in somewhere. Which I guess I could have done here and then pushed the rubber belt up to this lane, but we're doing it down here instead, so. All right, 2 more machines. Doing rubber belt. They're just called belts. They're just called belts. .6 a second, although right now 2.4 because, again, earlier tier prod modules than the final system will have. That's fine. Okay, and just the rubber in. I think that's it. Oh, and the grease. So we're just waiting for the advanced small parts to show up. It worries me that they haven't yet. Bolt? No. Oh, boy. I mean, iron's running now, but it must not have been. I mean, it doesn't look like it ever really turned off, but oh yeah, that's... Although that looks like it's stabilizing, right? Where like, we're getting the delivery of our inputs more frequently and it's getting to a better place, right? The problem is I don't know which thing it is that it was having issues. Oh, probably sulfuric acid, because we did notice we were having all sorts of acid issues, right? So... yeah, this is still... yeah, that new build has not even started to saturate yet, which tells me that, yep. But at least this is all running now, right? So that's working somewhat. We're pulling that excess syngas up to where it needs to be. Okay, and we did get the advanced small parts. Okay. So I just have to hook up grease. And then a pickup station. And this is going to be the special small parts. Ready to go. As soon as we get that delivery of grease, which shouldn't take too long, although... I was going to say, we've added a lot of grease demand recently. Like I said, it's probably time to revisit oil processing again. That's kerosene. Grease is sitting at fluid ingredient shortage. Oh, it's running now. But yeah, probably low distillates. Yeah, because I've got like a multi-tier overflow on low distillates kind of thing. So depending on what our demand is, grease doesn't seem like it's getting enough. But if we need low distillates, does that mean we want to be looking at bitumen processing rather than oil processing? Although we also need benzene. But benzene's BTX, and BTX is also a low byproduct. So maybe we need to make like a... I'd have to look into what it would take to feed them, but... maybe we can do something with bees? Bees make bitumen. Alright, well, we're making grease again, slowly. But But I'm going to bet that if I look up grease in here, I'm going to get real sad real fast. Kind of, yeah. Ooh, and this looks like it's for some sort of antimony. Yeah, that would be bad. Although, fortunately, it looks like we're doing well on antimony. That last upgrade to it did wonders. So that's good at least. But yeah, and these use really, realistically, very small amounts of grease. It's just a, we were not prepared. Okay. I'm going to add that to the to-do list as well. So we have a bunch of things to look into next week, next Tuesday, when we come back to this. But that is always fine. So I think next week's going to be a bunch of spreadsheeting and a bunch of trying to, like, catch up on a lot of these things that we have extraneous demand for. I think if I can get away with... If we can expand oil processing, then we can probably, like, turn naphtha into hydrogen and then rely on, like, we can make grease and ammonia, basically. Because while we do make a lot of hydrogen in space, the amount of ammonia we need is too much to jump right on that ammonia from nitrogen and hydrogen recipe unless we have a better source. Hey, this is looking good now. These are probably just about ready to turn off. They are awesome. Oh yeah, we can see they've turned off and then back on. Perfect. Yep, and they're off again. Great. So that is going to limit the damage that can be caused to this setup in the future. So this may actually be overkill, but, like, we do have to potentially handle this entire belt spoiling still, so we want to be careful with it. All right, well, thanks everybody for tuning in. I really appreciate it. We will be back next week with more pie, and I have no idea what tomorrow's game is. I have not made a plan yet. So I will be just as surprised as you are. For everyone who finds this on YouTube, if you want to watch me live, there is, as always, a link to my Twitch down in the description. And I'll see you next time.